exchange, we have taken our tribute, our profits, our control. This power is ours and ours alone. We shall prevail.
I have 2311.1.
There should be the bottom base stamp is ending 7956.
Okay.
You see there's an email from you to someone named Sean and Tristan?
Correct.
I need you to read the whole email, but can you explain to me what you were trying to convey to Apple in this email yet?
So this page that I'm looking at is a response back from Tristan to me. Is that where?
No, keep reading the next page and it'll be your email.
Okay. So there are two things going on in this email. The first one was us explaining again why breaking out every game into individual binaries executable, but individual apps, why that was such a bad experience for us, for consumers, that it just wasn't a great scenario. And so we laid out the reasons why we were concerned about that. And the other thing going on in this email is that Apple has a process called test flight where you can move stuff into test before it goes into the mainstream app store. And I think in this one, let me just read it. We were sharing the observations that we had gotten back from the community on being able to deliver the application into test flight and the excitement in the market from that.
And then if you turn back to PX2311.10, do you see the response from Tristan at Apple?
I do.
Who's Tristan?
Tristan is one of the senior leaders in the publisher relations team. Or the dev relations team, I should say.
And in the second paragraph, you see that Tristan, or what does Tristan tell you in the second paragraph of the email?
So Tristan effectively told me in this saying that even though it's in test flight, it's not compliant and that we need to find a way to break out every game and not have a catalog of games.
Can you put that aside?
Wanting to reiterate on your email, the paragraph that he was referencing to at dot 11. The second paragraph, reference Shadow's PC games, streaming service, and Netflix is interactive. What were you trying to communicate there?
We were showing them two examples where games that were allowed, or where either a game or, in Netflix's case, another application was able to exist, and we didn't understand why we couldn't. And I believe they ended up pulling Shadow out of the App Store based off this email that we sent until they could make some changes. And that was not our intention, of course. It was a byproduct of us pointing to the other example.
And Netflix's interactive content, is that, what were you referring to there?
So you know how in Netflix, if you have Netflix on your phone or Netflix on your TV, you sign in and you see all your movies and all your TV shows, but Game Pass is exactly the same thing. It's a single application just like Netflix where you see all your different game titles and you can play them without downloading them onto your device.
Okay, thank you.
Are there movies on Netflix where you can choose your own adventure?
No.
Are there movies? Have you seen,
I know what you mean.
have you seen movies on Netflix where the user gets to choose which way the story goes?
Yeah, I think that does exist if it's a smaller part of Netflix service.
You mentioned that xCloud is currently available on iOS in beta.
It is.
Through what mechanism again?
It is available to iOS customers who choose to access it over the browser that's on the phone.
How does streaming xCloud through a web browser compare to streaming xCloud through a native app?
A web browser is a much more challenged experience, both to build and to maintain than a native app, and it also lacks much of the functionality and benefits that you get to a native app.
If you could give me some examples.
So, first on browser, on iOS, and iOS is the only place I'm aware of this, where you have to use their engine, Apple's engine called WebKit. So no matter what browser you're using the WebKit engine, provided that is Apple's engine, and most frequently used on the iPhone. I think, the data I've seen from the industry leading source on this is 3/4 of users are using Safari on mobile devices with WebKit. WebKit, I think, is well understood to be lacking in some of the features behind other browsers, but because on mobile phones you can only use WebKit, you don't get the browser competition to move things along. And then once you're there and you do get it to work, specifically if you think about gaming, there's been very core elements of gaming. There's things like WebRTC, right, and the gamepad controller that WebKit haven't historically supported. So it's just catching up and doing those sorts of things. Now, even when you go and do all of this, you have to maintain this very complicated matrix of test cases across all these different scenarios. And then specifically, like the easiest example I give you is if you're on Uber, if you order an Uber and your car shows up, you get a push notification on your phone that says your car is out front. You don't get that if you go over browser directly.
Are there differences in the experience of playing a game through xCloud on a native app as compared to a web browser?
I think there are experience differences. I think there is pros and cons to both. The challenge, and I think, again, this is something that the data just reflects, is that people don't play games over browser on the iPhone. If you look at the data, all the games are played through the App Store, right? So people are not playing games over browser on iPhone.
Do you view having the xCloud available on iOS through Safari instead of as a native app a good outcome or a bad outcome?
It is our only outcome in order to reach mobile users on iOS.
Is it the outcome you would have preferred?
No.
What would you have preferred?
A native app in the App Store where users know to get their app to iOS.
Your Honor, I have about 5 minutes of questions for which I would like to ask the court to be closed.
Okay, well, I'm going to wait on those. I'm going to get started with the cross. We'll take a break in about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Wright. My name is Jay Srinivas, and I'm a lawyer for Apple. And I'm going to ask you some questions. Your position at Microsoft, I think you said, is currently Vice President of Xbox Business Development. Is that right? Okay. And you took on this position about 18 months ago. Is that right?
18 months ago.
And before this position, you had no responsibilities for the Xbox or the gaming business, correct? Right. And in fact, you were entirely new to the gaming industry as of 18 months ago. Okay. And so you've had no professional exposure to the games market until 18 months ago, right? Okay. Now, isn't it also true, Ms. Wright, that You don't know who competes with the Microsoft Store?
I think I certainly know there is an Epic Game Store. I would say in terms of, and there's a Steam Store, in terms of who competes, because it is, the vast majority of things are, games are coming from direct downloads, and I don't know how those stack rank out.
So, I'm sorry, is that a yes or no? You don't know who competes with the Microsoft Store, or you do?
I don't know where the downloads are coming from for that earlier stat of 86% is direct to consumer. I don't know that.
Okay. And isn't it true that you don't think about competition in the store space at all when it comes to the Xbox?
I have not focused my time and energy, part of my business unit, to think about competition in the store space.
And so you don't think about competition among, with respect to the Xbox, is that right?
It's not part of my core job.
Okay. And in fact, that's somebody else in your group, not you, who deals with competition for the Xbox line of business at Microsoft, correct, ma'am?
That's not what I said. What I said was the store space on Windows is not my direct responsibility.
Okay. What do you mean by the store space?
So Microsoft has a store on Windows. There are other stores, like the Steam Store, the Epic Game Store, and there are the ability for publishers and developers to get their games directly on the devices. So when it comes to those stores, that is a different team that handles what goes into the store, how it gets into the store, what the store policies are, all of those things.
Okay. And but with respect to the Xbox Store in particular, isn't it true that you said that you don't compete, you don't look at competition in the space at all?
No, I said that for the PC version, the Windows, that I do not look at competition in the Windows Store.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about, you did express some opinions about competition. Let's start first with, you talked about the Xbox itself, right? You had some definitional terms about the Xbox yourself. And one of the things you said is that a multi-purpose platform would have a wide variety of things that changes every day. Did I get that right?
I said it could change every day. New things can come and go. There's certain things that are static that exist in perpetuity.
So if a platform has things that come and go and provide users experience that change, you would agree that that might be an open platform?
With its different types of genres of usage that comes and goes, yes, I would.
And it's true, right, ma'am, that the Xbox, currently the console, offers Spotify for users to stream and enjoy music, correct?
It's an option.
That's something they can use, and your users do use those, right? That service?
They don't buy an Xbox to listen to Spotify. It's a thing that is on there for users.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. It was that it's available to users to enjoy.
Sure.
And that's not a gaming experience. You would agree with that, right?
Sure.
And right now with an Xbox, you can stream movies on Netflix and Hulu and other services, right?
Yes, it's one.
And that's not games. You wouldn't characterize those as games, would you?
No.
Right. And also, much to my chagrin with my children, YouTube you can watch via Xbox, right?
I have Instagram. Yes, you can.
Okay, also not a game.
Not a game.
Okay. And just to clarify some testimony you gave a bit ago, I just wanted to make sure you're not contending that Netflix offers games, are you?
There is some small niche of Netflix. I was trying to be complete. That I know they were testing some interactive experiences, but for the most part, just like Xbox is a game console, Netflix is a movie and TV show application.
Okay. And you also mentioned that out of the 30, I may have gotten the number wrong, but something north of 3,000 games are offered on the Microsoft Xbox. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think your testimony was only about 100 are Microsoft first-party games.
My testimony was I wasn't sure. I was guessing on that, but yes, that would be my best guess.
That's the ballpark. So the vast majority of games offered on the Xbox are not Microsoft games, but other developers' games, correct?
If my understanding is correct.
Right. And so in that sense, you have third-party games that aren't yours, but you're selling to your consumers, correct? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and take our break. Ms. Wright, I take it you must have a lawyer here with you? Okay, that's the only person that you can speak to during the break. You cannot speak to any of the parties, any of their representatives. You are here as a 30B6 corporate representative, right? What that means?
No, Your Honor. We called her in her personal capacity.
In her personal capacity?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then I'll just leave it at that. So we'll stand in recess for purposes of the public who are listening in. We're going to take a 20-minute recess, and when we get back from our recess, you'll still have to wait because we will move into closed session for just a few minutes to finish off the direct field questions, and then across on those questions. That seems to be the more efficient way to do things. So for those of you listening in, it will be longer than 20 minutes. We'll stand in recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Party Royale. Let's get the party started. Party Royale Radio. Everyone wins. Kick back and kick up the jams. Party Royale Radio. Pump it up and keep the party going. Party Royale Radio.
Okay, public lines are open, and I see now members of the press coming into the courtroom, including the attorney for the developer. and the consumer product. All right, the proceedings are now unsealed. You may proceed with your question. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wright, you understand that you were called here today on behalf of Epic, correct?
I don't know that I understand that.
And is it your view, by the way, that Microsoft would benefit if Epic wins this case?
I don't know that to be true either.
And is Microsoft a developer who monetizes apps on the App Store? They are, right?
Yes.
You have dozens of apps on the App Store, correct?
Okay.
Okay. And Microsoft earns roughly $600 to $700 million in net revenue per year from its relationship with Epic, right?
That's correct. I don't know if that's correct, actually. It might be the other way around, where Epic earns $600 to $700 million, and we earn $300 to $400 million.
Okay. Do you recall that you gave a deposition in this case on April 16th?
I do.
Okay. And during the deposition, a lawyer for Apple asked you questions and gave you answers?
Yeah.
Okay. The lawyer took down all those questions and answers, and you were placed on the road beginning of that deposition?
That's right.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth, right? Okay. Can I?
I need the page and line number.
Yeah, and we'll give you the transcripts. And
I have the transcript, page and line number is what I'm looking for.
so it's page 80, line 16 to 23.
Hold on. Page 80, line 16 to 23. And was this a 36 deposition?
This is in my individual capacity as she is here today, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, this entire deposition transcript is under seal, attorney size only, or designated attorney size only currently. And so just to the extent that counsel intends to ask questions, I'd ask that those be previewed first.
Well, hold on. Do you know what the lines are that he's talking about?
Unfortunately, I have no time to bring it up the other side around here.
Go ahead. What is,
Your Honor, on this issue, we understand that presumptive designation is only through the protective order before trial, and sorry.
what is your, now I've read it, so what are you asking?
I'm asking if I can just impeach on that basis, and if the answer right now, the question was, is Microsoft earned $600 to $700 million in revenue from Epic? And her answer was, I don't know, and in the deposition, she seemed to provide that information.
And Your Honor, to the extent that that's not public information, we would ask.
Just made it public. Overruled. You can read.
Thank you, Your Honor. Question. Do you know how much revenue Microsoft earns each year from its relationship with Epic? Answer, I do not for certain. Question, I will take a ballpark. If you have a ballpark, answer, my understanding is there is a net revenue in the $600 to $700 million range.
Yes, and the deposition, if I remember, keeps going where we weren't clear on what we were talking, which way with.
Thank you, ma'am, and your counsel will have, or Epic's counsel will have an opportunity to raise that if you're right about that memory. In terms of revenue, Epic is in Microsoft's top 10 of developers who distribute games on the Xbox, correct?
Yes, may I answer the previous question then?
You'll have an opportunity later, ma'am.
Not the way it works.
Yeah. And Microsoft has a financial incentive to keep Epic happy, right, Ms. Wright?
Microsoft earns the commission on Epic sales, so we try and keep all of our developers and publishers happy, yes.
So the answer is you have a financial incentive to keep Epic happy?
Sure, I think that's probably a fair statement.
Okay. And you understand that one of your colleagues at Microsoft submitted a declaration on behalf of Epic in this very proceeding, correct?
As I said in my deposition, I'm aware that it happened. I was not party to it or in the depth conversations on it.
Okay, so you're aware that that happened, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that a former economist from Microsoft and current Microsoft consultant named Susan Avey is testifying in this case on behalf of Epic?
No,
Okay. Do you know that a former member of Microsoft Research, James Mickens, is also testifying on behalf of Epic in this case?
no, I did not know that.
Those are not people you know?
They are not.
Okay. Have you ever met them?
I have not.
Okay. And you're aware that Microsoft is a vocal critic of Apple's App Store, right?
I'd like to caveat that by saying that it was certainly followed in the media on what was happening with our efforts to get xCloud available in iOS. And when we were unsuccessful in that, we were critical of the policy and the unfair treatment relative to what we were seeing happening elsewhere.
Right. And independent of just the xCloud, you're aware that President of Microsoft, Brad Smith, has made public comments more generally critical of the App Store, correct?
Not close to those conversations, though. I see comments from time to time.
But so it's your testimony that you are not aware that the president of the company that you work at has been making public comments critical of the App Store. Is that your testimony?
No, my testimony is that I don't know what Brad has said in that. I'm aware that Brad has been testifying on it. I don't know what his statements are.
You're not aware whether the general nature of those statements or criticisms or not.
Well, I assume they're not favorable, but I don't know what the direct criticisms that Brad is making are.
Why do you assume they're not favorable?
Because of our experience in trying to get an application into the App Store.
Okay. And is it your testimony that Mr. Smith's, the focus of his criticisms relate to the xCloud streaming service, and that's it?
Again, I don't know what Brad's statement says.
Okay. Do you recall, switching gears, do you recall that in advance of your deposition, you had an understanding of what topics you'd be discussing, correct?
I'm objecting to the extent the question calls for attorney-client communications.
Overruled. You were, was the subpoena issued? A subpoena was issued. Yes. Did you read the subpoena?
It was sent to me. I looked at it. Yes.
Okay. Answer the question.
Your clarification, the subpoena did not have any topics since she's not a 30-6 defendant.
I don't need you to testify if she can answer the question to the extent that she knows. If she's had conversations with counsel, then she can testify to that too. If you and your attorney had private conversations, that I'm not interested in.
Yes, I've had my conversations with ethics counsel. I know there were a set of things that they showed me in the deposition that said, you're going to testify to these topics. And then I saw somewhere, I cannot recall where those topics changed coming into today.
Okay. And in fact, you prepared for the deposition over the course of 2 days, right?
We, on 2 separate days, we had preparation sessions of different lengths of time.
And I think you had at least 7 lawyers from Microsoft to help prepare you in that deposition, correct?
There were multiple lawyers present in that because there were our internal legal counsel as well as outside counsel.
So I think it was at least 7 though.
By the time, if that's helpful.
No, it's okay. And you prepared for your deposition by searching your personal files over issues that you thought you might be asked about, right?
Yes, as I said in my deposition, I went back and searched for the sequence on the xCloud conversations to refresh my memory.
Right. And in fact, that's right. You testified that you, in fact, looked specifically to refresh your memory on certain topics, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you, in fact, have documents in your files about the xCloud streaming service, the Xbox video game console, and other operations related to those businesses, correct?
So it's the question, do I have emails on those topics? Yes, of course.
It's emails, PowerPoints, anything else, documents, correct?
On our Xbox business, yes, of course.
Okay. And in fact, you also testified that among the Xbox business documents you have were P&L statements specific to Xbox, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you also have documents in your files relating to your interactions with Apple, correct?
The same ones that Apple has, yes.
Okay. But you also said you had some internal documents. Don't you also have internal Microsoft documents relating to your dealings with Apple on the streaming business?
Sure, there's emails on the correspondence, most of it culminated in what we shared with Apple, but yes.
Okay. And I think you said you even have notes taken by your team at Microsoft regarding at least one meeting you had with Apple. That was shared with you, correct?
There was an email, I believe, that summarized our meeting in Cupertino the first time.
Okay. And in fact, those kind of notes, nobody with Apple would have those notes. Those are internal to Microsoft, right?
They would reflect the state. It truly was a sequence of the conversation that Apple was part of, yes.
And you didn't produce any of these documents in advance of your deposition, did you, ma'am?
I don't know what was produced.
Okay. Well, did you provide the documents to anybody?
Did I provide them? No. No.
Okay. And nobody even asked you for them, correct?
No.
Okay. And you also said you also have files potentially regarding communications you've had with Epic, right?
I have not had communications with Epic personally. It's not part of my job responsibility.
Okay. The question was whether you have any documents, not necessarily with communications from you, but communications with Epic from anybody at Microsoft.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay, but you didn't look for those.
I did not.
Right. Okay. And who is Phil Spencer?
Still is the executive vice president of gaming at Microsoft.
Okay. And you've had at least one conversation with Mr. Spencer about a conversation he had with Mr. Sweeney about Apple's App Store, correct?
I did not have a conversation with Phil about that, no. I remember, I think the question was asked in the deposition on do I recall any conversations? And I said, well, I don't have direct knowledge or email on it. I remember at one point in some forum, Phil mentioning he had gotten a note from Mr. Sweeney.
Okay, so you had some communication with Mr. Spencer on it, correct?
I was involved in a forum where Mr. Spencer had mentioned it.
Okay. And did you look for any emails regarding that interaction between Mr. Spencer and Mr. Sweeney?
No.
Okay, and again, nobody asked you to look for those, did they?
I did not.
Okay. And you didn't produce any of these documents since your deposition, right?
I did not.
Okay. And are you aware that the court urged Microsoft to produce to Apple documents regarding the subject of your testimony in advance of your deposition?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
Okay. And are you aware that specifically the court said that, quote, the failure to produce relevant documents, including documents relevant to the individual testifying witness, to both parties, here to Apple, will be factored into the individual witness's credibility and, if necessary, may warrant the striking of the testimony? Did anybody tell you that?
No.
Okay. And you're not aware of that, you didn't otherwise become aware of that issue?
No.
And are you aware that the court said to the extent that the third-party witnesses are concerned with an adverse credibility determination at the bench trial, they should ensure that they adequately and timely produce such documents in advance of their deposition? Was that ever conveyed to you?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question is whether you understood that the court said the following. To the extent that the third-party witnesses are concerned with an adverse credibility determination at the bench trial, they should ensure that they adequately and timely produce such documents in advance of their deposition. Did you ever come to understand that the court had made that request?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Would you have produced your documents had you known that?
Probably not, because I did not come into this feeling like my credibility would be questioned.
Okay. Well, I'm saying to you now that the court has said that that's an issue, now that you've learned that, would you have done something differently?
I don't know, honestly. I haven't thought enough about it. It seems like something I'd have to take time to think about.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, let's move on. You are aware, ma'am, that Apple has App Store guidelines, correct? Okay. And part of your role at Microsoft is to know that the Apple App Store, what the rules are and understand how the app review process goes, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you know that any app that seeks to be on the App Store must comply with the App Store guidelines, right, ma'am?
Yeah.
And at some point you approached Apple about getting Microsoft's cloud gaming streaming service on the App Store, right? You just testified about that this morning, right? Right. And you made an initial request of Apple. You talked about that, correct? That happened. And when you submitted that first proposal to Apple, Apple responded that the proposed app violated Apple's app review guidelines, right?
Yes, but they invited us to a meeting in Cupertino to discuss ways that we could look for ways to solve them.
Absolutely. In fact, they engaged you in further conversation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
And in fact, if you recall, Apple identified 3 specific reasons for why why the app was rejected, right?
Can you state the 3 because I can probably name more than 3?
Sure. But we can, well, let's take them one at a time. You can tell me if there's more. The first one was that the proposed xCloud app used remote streaming, which the App Store guidelines do not permit, right?
That's correct.
Apple worked with
I'm sorry, let me correct that. Prevent for gaming because they do allow that for all other forms of media and entertainment.
Right. You mentioned that earlier, and if you could just stick to my questions, and you'll have a chance to say those things again, perhaps with Ethics Council. But Apple then worked with you on the remote streaming issue, and eventually they amended their App Store guidelines for everybody to allow streaming services, right?
Yes, that one particular policy they did amend roughly 6 or 8 months later.
Okay, so it was amended.
Correct.
Okay. And then, by the way, for its part, Microsoft doesn't allow other streaming services on the Xbox Store, does it?
No, it's a closed ecosystem.
So under no circumstance can another streaming service be on Xbox, is that right?
Generally available today, no, that's it.
And whereas with Apple now, with the amendment, a streaming service of some type could in fact be put on the App Store, right?
That being said, to my earlier point, Apple has historically allowed many streaming services.
That's a yes, no?
It's a yes, but they were changing it to include gaming for the first time.
Okay, good. And then let's go back to the xCloud proposal itself. The second issue that Apple flagged as an App Store guideline violation had to do with Microsoft publishing third-party content, correct?
Correct.
Right. And Apple solved that issue for Microsoft as well, right?
Yes, they did allow, they permitted later down our discussion for third-party content to come into a catalog.
Terrific. And then the third and final issue was that, of course, the catalog for games would have to be individually separated one by one to comply with the Xbox guidelines. That was the third issue, correct?
That was the third issue in order that you set down as the first issue in terms of delivering the service at all.
Okay. And that's the one issue that the two companies couldn't overcome, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you understood very clearly what the reason Apple was telling you for why the streaming service that you were offering wasn't compliant, correct?
We understood that Apple, as you were suggesting, often amends policies as they take in new information and as time progresses and they see what's happening. And this was a case where they amended to, but they did not amend the primary issue.
Right. And you're not contending here that Apple somehow misapplied its guidelines or treated you unfairly. They weren't willing to amend this particular guideline for Microsoft, correct?
I won't say for Microsoft, they weren't willing to amend this for any gaming company.
Sure, for anybody. But that was the sticking point that you had with Apple, correct?
Which fundamentally breaks down the service they're trying to deliver.
And would you agree that Apple tried to meet you halfway to fix the problem for Microsoft?
In what sense?
In terms of trying to work with Microsoft, they amended 2 out of the 3 rules, correct?
But they are not relative importance. The first issue, the third issue in your list is the main issue, and the other 2 are irrelevant if you can't get through being able to give a game catalog.
Right, and it was in the context of this discussion you had with Apple that you had one of your meetings with Apple folks, correct?
We had a couple of meetings. Yeah.
And I think it was in the context of one of those meetings that one of your colleagues took notes of that meeting to understand what occurred in that meeting, correct?
No, the meeting that a colleague took notes on was the very first meeting that took place in Cupertino, where there were 5 or 6 Apple members present, as well as 5 or 6 people from Microsoft Connect.
And that meeting was about trying to get xCloud on the service, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And those are the notes that you didn't turn over, right?
But the notes are a recap of the discussion that everyone in that conversation was privy to. So it did not contain any other commentary.
Okay, so that's a yes, you didn't turn them over.
Yes, they did not supply that email to anyone.
Right, you didn't send it to Apple either.
I don't know that. It's actually a good question. I haven't gone back to say, did that email, it very likely could have gone to Apple.
Okay. And did you have internal discussions with your colleagues about this whole process?
Oh, sure.
Okay. And at some point, Microsoft switched gears, correct? And you decided to try to bring the streaming service to iPhone users via the web Safari platform, correct?
We realized that after the attempts that we had made, that in proposing many different ways to comply with the spirit of what they were asking us to do, that we could not. We saw no alternative to reach the iOS mobile base of customers without basically starting over and spending the last year, an entire year of an entire organization to rewrite the technology to be delivered over browser.
So the answer to my question is yes. You started engaging with Apple to get the service on through the Safari web.
We reached out to get some understanding on WebKit to point out some issues that were not working with our controller in order to enable us to go to the browser website.
Okay. And you, in fact, helped the Microsoft team, and you included, enlisted the Apple team's help to get the xCloud server working on Apple Safari browser, right?
I don't know the extent of help. I know that we supplied a list of bugs that we had found and asked for help in fixing the issues to enable it, if that helps.
Right. In fact, do you recall that it was a wish list of things that you asked for Apple's web browser team to work with you on to get the xCloud app to work through the Safari browser?
Yes, but we would have needed none of that if we had just built a native app for the App Store. So based off their direction to go build for browser, we had to start over, and there were material bugs that we needed help to work through in order for that to be possible.
Okay. So my question was, did you provide them a wish list to help you get the app to work over the Safari browser? Is that a yes?
Someone on the email, I did not say. I will assume if you say that a wish list was provided. I know there were a set of issues we had. I don't know how they were provided.
Right. And you have not provided us any documents to indicate what in your view, you might have provided Apple. I think you called it a list of bug fixes, right?
That's correct. I don't know how they were related to Apple.
Okay. Now, did you in fact engage throughout with others at Apple while this process was going on?
This is about the time we started the parallel tracks of pivot the team to try and rebuild the entire streaming stack, front end, all of the capabilities to go and try and see if we could deliver this over browser. Meanwhile, I kept trying to work with Apple to get the app in the store. A few additional months went by. Apple published the updates to those couple of policies that you mentioned. So left.
And then just to sorry to cut you off, but I'm actually on a clock. And so if you could limit your answers to answering my question. My question was simply whether you met with folks at Apple throughout this process.
Yeah, to answer that, I have to give you context to say what meetings was I in and what meetings were others in.
Okay.
I was meeting with Apple, still trying to get into the App Store because we know that's how people use.
Okay. And then I'm sorry.
Mobile applications.
And I'm sorry to interrupt there. Did you in fact meet with Sean Pruden of Apple during this to work with you on the website as well?
Sean and I spent most of our time together on the App Store. Someone on my team engaged Apple on the Safari work, and I don't know if that went to Sean or not.
And in fact, Apple did in fact respond to the wish list and solve the problems that Microsoft identified, right?
I don't know if they were solved. I know it's continued. There's always a set of issues we have to engage with as we're trying to go over browser. So I imagine that's continuing to go. It's not like here's one set of things we need to solve.
Did they solve any of the items? Did they in fact solve a number of the items, right?
Again, I was not in those conversations, so that a different part of my team started that work, and I assume since we were in beta that some portion of those got solved.
Yeah, well, in fact, that was my next question. The service is available currently in beta on the web browser for iOS users, correct?
It is available. It's in beta. We're in the learning mode. We're fixing a lot of things. We're learning a lot of things. We're trying to get things to a place that we feel comfortable releasing it commercially.
Okay, and so Apple helped you get to this place, correct?
As I said, someone on my team had been working to get the bug fixes solved. If that is helping us get to this place, for sure.
Okay. And in fact, the data is now out. Have you read any of the reviews of the service yet?
I have not read a ton of the reviews. I've seen some of the headlines. I've seen more of the internal reports on it.
And that surprises me because this is a project obviously you've been working on for a long time. You haven't bothered to look at what the public is saying about the service?
My focus shifted elsewhere after we hit the impasse on the App Store, and I still am very much looking at the overall gaming business, but I'm not as close to xCloud as I once was, based off of the expanded scope of things I'm looking at.
Okay, and so you're not aware that, among other things, press reviews have said the xCloud gaming the xCloud gaming is already a super solid experience on PC and iOS. Have you heard that?
Yes, I've seen some press headlines that are very positive on it, that's for sure.
Do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay. Have you heard that the overall performance of every game I tried on the Xbox xCloud training platform was smooth and stable?
No. But I believe, yes, that's what it's sure.
Yeah, and have you heard that even the beta was described as a remarkably polished one? Did that surprise you? No, but you have to remember what we had to go do. We had to go buy a perpetual license right to a company in order to give us certain protocols to help with this. We had to rewrite the entire front end. So a lot of this is work that we had to go do to deliver that polish. Certainly, you had to expand engineering resources to deliver a good product, right? That's the gaming world, isn't it?
To deliver this product in this way, we had to start from scratch and re-deliver it, yeah.
And are you heartened by the fact that even the beta has been called a remarkably polished experience for users?
No, I think it's fantastic.
Okay, great. And in fact, you expanded the beta just a few days ago. You were aware that the beta program was expanded by Microsoft to include even more users? We did expand the beta program. I'm also aware that we're working through quite a few issues on iOS as well. Do you agree that expanding the beta program suggests that the beta program to begin with has already been successful and is now becoming more successful?
Yeah, I think that's a great sign that the beta is expanding.
And I think you mentioned, Ms. Wright, that with respect to the native app, when you were trying to get the native app on, the issue of commissions wasn't really a problem for Microsoft. In other words, I think you said that you were okay with the revenue share. Was that correct? Was I right about that?
It was sort of a tertiary issue in that we knew it would be problematic because of the way our commission splits work, that being able to pay that over the long run to Apple would be challenging. It was not the issue we focused on. We were more focused on how could we instrument this to even be able to pay the commission.
Okay. And, but you were willing to work out some sort of monetary arrangement with Apple, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That was not the problem.
That's correct.
Great. And so if the xCloud app, the native app, was available on the App Store, which I know you didn't get, but if it was, you would have been paying, Apple would have made money off of that service, correct?
Okay.
Right. And with it being on Safari now, Apple makes no money on that, correct?
That's correct. It's also what we had asked Apple to do is potentially just do a consumption app where they also, like many of their services, we don't make money on that in the App Store either. It's for an existing subscriber can go and sign in with their existing credentials and play games they already have access to.
My question was simpler than that. Was just that Apple does not make money currently on xCloud, given that xCloud is streaming on the web and not through the App Store, correct?
Yes, I was also answering a question on would they have made money on the App Store. And
you had already answered that question. I appreciate that. Thank you. And by the way, you had said in the earlier questioning with the Epic lawyer that publishers cannot distribute directly to consumers on iOS. Do you recall that testimony?
No, they can distribute directly to iOS through the App Store. They cannot over browser.
I think you reverse that. Publishers can distribute directly to consumers through the web browser, correct?
They can't download the application through the browser.
Okay. If they're playing xCloud streaming directly through the browser, right, ma'am?
Yes.
And Apple does not control that in any way, correct?
Aside from their engine, it's required to run that experience. But they control it that way.
I don't understand what you mean by the engine.
So their browser engine is for Safari and for any other browser that may be running requires Apple WebKit to support that browser experience.
I'm sorry, I keep jumping in. What you're saying is you have to engineer it for the Apple platform, correct?
Yes, I was just answering your question on does Apple control that you don't have the same browser you have on PC or Mac OS on iOS. It's a different browser.
Right. Understood. And in fact, Apple didn't block Microsoft from allowing the distribution of xCloud through the web browser, did they? No, they helped you, right?
We did.
Yeah. Okay.
But we also know that people don't play games over browser traditionally, they play on PC.
Your Honor, I don't know if it makes sense in a bench trial, but I need to strike that last piece of the answer.
Striking. Testimony struck.
Thank you. And let's talk about streaming a little bit, Ms. Wright, just because I'm interested in that, and you were involved in that. And a game streaming service is a model where the games are accessed by the users from whatever device they're using, right? And that could be, and it's all they need is an internet connection, right now?
Correct.
And the game is not stored locally on the device?
Correct.
And I can kind of bottom line this, but you talked about a native app for the xCloud, and you talked about a streaming over the web streaming app for the xCloud. In both cases, you need an internet connection, right, ma'am, to use that service?
That's correct.
And by the way, you mentioned now for the iPhone, to access the xCloud streaming service, you would go to the browser. Is that right? The Safari browser.
And if you don't have an app in the store, you would today go to the browser. That's correct.
Okay. And is that how it's accessed on PC too? You know?
On PC, you can download the client, which is a PC Game Pass client,
Okay.
or you can go to the browser.
And so whether I asked the question just a bit ago about the native app or the web app. In both cases, you need an internet connection, and you agree with me, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's true whether you're playing if you're playing the streaming service on an Xbox too, correct?
If you're playing the streaming service on an Xbox too, but yes, that's correct.
And same for Android and same for PC. It's not unique to Apple, in other words.
Only being delivered over the internet needs an internet connection.
Okay. And would you say that, would you agree that Microsoft is investing millions of dollars in xCloud?
Yes.
Microsoft plans to continue doing so?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a number of major companies who are also investing in streaming services, correct?
That's correct.
Google is, correct?
Yes, although, yes.
Amazon is, correct? Okay. And are you aware of a service from NVIDIA called GeForce now?
Yes.
And they are also investing, correct? By the way, none of these services need to be on the App Store for users to enjoy them, correct?
I certainly know that there were attempts by those to get into the App Store, but they do not for different reasons. Stadia is focused on a different device form factor, and Amazon, I think, saw what was happening and built a web app.
Let's switch gears and talk about the console business for a second, Microsoft's console business. I think you mentioned you're generally aware of the console business, is that right? Okay, and you understand then that the only way to digitally download a game on the Xbox platform is through the Microsoft Store, correct? The Xbox Store?
Correct.
And the only way you can do an in-app purchase is through the Xbox Store, correct?
Correct.
And Microsoft does not allow users to directly download games from a developer's website onto their Xbox machine, correct?
Correct.
And have you heard any developer ever complain about this?
I would not be one that would complain to you.
But yeah, right? And you don't think it's unfair for Microsoft to have this requirement? Goes back to the earlier conversation of the console is a closed ecosystem for a gaming device. So no, I don't in this scenario. So the answer is no, you don't think it's unfair?
No.
You don't think it's an antitrust violation, right?
Yes, and also given the relative small number of consoles to fund.
So just so I can get a clear answer for the world, you don't believe it's an antitrust violation for Microsoft to have this rule, correct?
I'm not an antitrust expert.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, and Microsoft does not allow third-party apps stores on the Microsoft Store either, right?
With the exception of EA Play.
Okay, and what about the Epic Games Store? Do you allow the Epic Games Store in the Xbox Store?
No.
Okay, and you think it's unfair for Microsoft to prohibit the Epic Games Store to be able to be on the Xbox?
No, because people's behavior on PC, the standard behavior is to go out to a URL and access other stores. And so there's no need to do that. It's very standard behavior for users to access it through other means.
Okay, so the answer is you don't think it's unfair?
No, I do not think it's unfair.
Okay, and you don't think it's an antitrust violation, do you?
Again, I'm not an antitrust expert.
Not sure, it could be.
No.
And Microsoft, I think we covered this already, but you don't allow third-party streaming services on the platform either, right?
On which platform?
On the Xbox.
On the console or the computer?
Is Xbox, is there a PC version of the Xbox? I thought there was just an Xbox console.
Xbox is our master brand for all of our products and experiences. There's an Xbox console.
Okay, so for the console.
What was the question again?
Sure. And I actually should ask the question because I think in the prior testimony, you often just said Xbox. And by saying Xbox, did you mean to include potentially an Xbox PC in those answers?
We're speaking on Xbox, and I tried to narrow that directly to the console, and then the console, it would depend on the question.
Okay. So we'll keep that in mind. But so just for the Xbox console, you do not allow third-party streaming services on the platform, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Microsoft does not allow developers of Xbox games to use their own payment processing solution on the console, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never heard a developer complain about that, have you, man?
Again, developers do not complain to me.
You've never heard any complaints. You're the witness we have for Microsoft. And you're not aware of any Epic complaint to Microsoft about this requirement, are you?
The complaint to Microsoft about this, no, I'm not aware of it.
You're not aware of it?
No.
And do you think it's unfair for Microsoft to require developers to use Microsoft's commerce system through the Xbox console?
No, for the reasons I stated earlier, that we pay for the console. That is how our business model works in order for us to maintain any profitability.
It's anti-competitive for Microsoft to have this requirement on the Xbox?
I do not know based off my antitrust experience.
You're going to have to keep your voice up, please.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think you testified earlier, you just referenced it again, that it's okay for Microsoft to charge a 30% commission on Xbox because you don't make money on the console. Did I get that right?
Our model, I don't set our commission structures. There is a consideration that we have to fund the console in order to produce the experience that we do for gamers. And part of that commission goes to make it possible for us to build a console.
And so part of the justification for the 30% is that Microsoft doesn't make money on the console. And we're just understanding if that's your view.
My justification is it's required in order for us to go to even build the console.
Okay. And so you agree, though, that the Xbox business, when you consider both the hardware and the software side, that is profitable. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you think that's the holistic way in which you have to look at it? Okay. Now, isn't it true then that over the life of a particular, well, let me back up and lay some foundation. I think you pointed to what's in the courtroom here as is that the current iteration of the Xbox console?
Yes, that's our current Series X model.
Right, and that's Series X, and then before that was Xbox One. Am I right about that?
We have another smaller version of that called a Series X,
Okay.
and there's a 360 and Xbox One.
Okay, but those are successive generations of the Xbox. Am I right about that?
Correct.
Okay.
Except the X and S were the last generation that came out
Got it.
together, roughly.
The X and S are the current generation, two flavors. But there were the 360, the Xbox One, and the original console. Those are prior generations, correct? Okay, I just want to set that up because isn't it true that over the lifespan of a single generation of the hardware console, Microsoft ends up eventually making money on the console?
We don't make money on the console. We have a profitable business at the end. The console economics don't change. It just means the business becomes profitable.
But doesn't the cost of making the console drop over time such that over the life cycle of the particular generation, Microsoft makes money on the console itself?
No.
Okay. And how do you know that?
It's my understanding of how the business works.
In fact, you received the P&L for the Xbox business, right? And you looked at the P&L of the Xbox business, right?
Yeah.
And again, they're in your files, right?
Correct.
And if we had produced them, we could ask you about it and test your opinion on this, correct? Isn't that fair?
Sure.
Okay. And by the way, do you understand that Mr. Sweeney of Epic has also repeatedly used the line that the reason it's okay for the consoles to charge 30% or for Microsoft to do so is because they lose money on the console?
No.
You're not aware that he said that also?
No.
Okay. And do you have any idea of how he would know that?
I have not talked to Mr. Sweeney, so I don't know. No.
As far as you know, nobody shared the P&L with him, right?
No, I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. And that's right. And let's move on to another subject. You're familiar with Microsoft's 10 principles for the App Store, correct?
No, it was when I understand that it exists, but I'm not closely familiar with it.
And you remember looking at those rules at your deposition, though, right? And well, let's introduce, if we may, 5518. Hand you a binder in a second. That's right. Approach your honor.
Thank you.
Okay. If you can tab over to 5518, that's right. And Do you recognize this as a document that your company produced in this litigation?
I recognize it only because it was showed to me at the deposition.
Okay. And so you do recognize testifying about this document at the deposition?
I do.
Did you have any doubt that this is a document created by Microsoft?
No.
Okay. Now I'd like to move 5518 into evidence.
Objection.
No objection. Okay. And Ms. Wright,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Counsel for Microsoft in objection.
Your Honor, I'm going to have a copy of the stuff. Yeah, but I think you can follow the thing.
What I show is a redacted version.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, proceed. This is admitted 5518 as redacted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if you could tap to the second page of this document. It's also on the screen in front of you. Do you recognize these as the 10 Maxwell principles as being from Microsoft?
On this document, I recognize that it is the document showed to me in the deposition, and it has no reason to believe it's not from Microsoft.
Okay. Console business, the Xbox business, does not abide by these very rules that Microsoft has proposed for the Windows business, correct?
I believe that to be true, yes.
Right. And if we could just look, for instance, at the first principle on here, and that principle says to, quote, not block competing app stores, end quote, so that developers, quote, have the freedom to choose, end quote, whether to distribute their apps to your store. That's principle number one. Did I distill that correctly?
Please tell me to go along with you.
Okay.
Yes.
And we agree that the Microsoft App Store does not, excuse me, that the Xbox store on the console does not abide by that rule, correct?
Yes.
Second principle is that we will not block an app based on a developer's business model or how it delivers content and services. And that's also not how Xbox works, correct?
I'm personally these sentences with you for the first time. I don't know that it is about a developer's business model or how it delivers content and services being a deciding factor of what goes onto the Xbox console.
Well, you want to allow competing streaming services on the console, correct?
We don't today.
Okay. Is it fair to say that this is number two is not a policy that's been adopted for the Xbox store?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, to the extent that it's about business model or how it's delivering content or services.
In fact, you don't allow other streaming service on the Xbox, right?
That's correct.
Or streaming services, excuse me, I misspoke as well.
That's correct. Yeah. There's other types of content that doesn't get on there as well.
Right. And the third principle is not to block an app based on a developer's choice of which payment system to use for processing purchases made. And Microsoft does not comply, the Xbox console business does not comply with that principle either, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And while Microsoft reduced its commissions, speaking of commissions, on the Windows Store to 12%, I think you testified, you have not done so for the Xbox console, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You can put that aside now, thanks. And I think you talked about earlier about users using different types of devices, either consoles, PC, or phones. And you agree that people who play games on iOS are also likely to play on a console, correct?
No. I think that the opposite is true. I think people who are playing on a console are likely to play on their phone, but given the size of the phone market and the relatively small size of the console market, I don't believe it's true that people playing on a mobile are also playing on a console.
Okay, let me just make sure I'm asking this question clearly. So people who play on the iOS platform through the App Store are likely to also be playing on a console platform that might well be a Sony or could be an Xbox, correct?
No. There are 1.65 billion iOS devices. The total console market is 150 million devices. So no.
Your Honor, 97, 13 to 18.
Go ahead, you can read it.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's right. The question from your deposition was a question. So the people who play on, say, iOS's platform on the App Store are, in your mind, likely to also be playing on a console platform that might well be Sony. It might be, as well, Xbox. And the answer was correct. Okay, and let me move on.
If I could just put 7 hours of testimony where I said yes,
We've said something inconsistent before. They're entitled to mention that in trial. And if someone wants to allow you to rehabilitate yourself, they will. Thank you. Christian.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. White, the majority of people who play games on console platforms also play on mobile platforms. The other way around, correct?
that is correct.
And in fact, people who play games on console platforms also play often on the PC, correct?
That is true, but yes, some portion of people play console and PC.
And so wouldn't you agree that developers have multiple avenues to reach these consumers, multiple platforms?
Yes, but there's a caveat in the numbers, just this year numbers we talked about earlier. 95% of people on mobile versus the relative size of PC and household gamers.
And developers have the option to reach all of those people, correct?
They might if they can't get into the App Store on mobile.
But you testified earlier that they can, in fact, get on iPhones through the web Safari browser, correct?
The majority don't, for that 90+% with the App Store.
And going back to what your testimony was, that the folks who are on iOS are also playing on other devices such as yours, correct? That was what you just read?
Can you repeat the question?
It's fine. So I want to get back to your testimony about competition. You had testified that you made some broad comments about competition as Microsoft sees it, right? And it was also your testimony that you don't look at certain segments of the market as being competitors, right?
Sure.
And before we get into that, I think you talked about AAA games as something that you feature on the Xbox. Is that right? And AAA, would you include Fortnite as a AAA game? There's varying definitions of what a AAA game is. I think Fortnite started as an independent game that grew into it. Arguably a AAA game. So yes, we can decide that there's different standards. Yes. And Fortnite is also available on mobile devices, correct, ma'am? A solution of Fortnite has been written for mobile devices, yes. You said repeatedly earlier in your testimony about versions that are written for different platforms. I mean, you would agree with me to introduce a game on different platforms, they have to be separately written for the distinct different platforms, correct? I mean, they have to separately be coded for the specific platform. Yes, and the reason why I keep making an emphasis on that is because it's often believed, well, it's easy, just move that game over to iOS. Not like that. It's asking Steven Spielberg to go reshoot Jurassic Park, so it will run on iOS. It's a different effort. It's a different version of the game. Okay. I'm not interested in any of those things or Steven Spielberg. I'm just asking not the backstory to it, but it's just a fact of life that an engineer has to separately program a particular game for each different platform, correct? That is correct, and it is no small effort. Right. It's not a small effort, but you were drawing a distinction this morning about how the game has to be separately engineered for Xbox versus iOS as a distinction between the two products. Do you recall that? Yeah. But that's true whether it's for the Xbox or the Sony PlayStation or Nintendo or Android, correct? Right. So that's just you have to port it to the different platforms.
No, it's not just a porting exercise. There's a rebuild of some of these games, and it just won't run. You can't just port Halo onto iOS.
Understood. But you have to engineer it for the platform. That's all I'm trying to get at here. And so when I say that the game is available for the user on these different platforms, the game is the same. For instance, Fortnite is the same for an iOS user versus an Android user versus an Xbox or a Sony PlayStation, correct?
There are differences in the way that it shows up, how the game plays, there are differences.
Okay. Would you defer to Mr. Sweeney's testimony on that over yours?
No, I think he would certainly be able to testify on Fortnite. I'm making more generalities about other games in the category aside from Fortnite.
Sure, and there are plenty of other games in addition to Fortnite where users on a particular platform, like a mobile device, will play against a user on your Xbox, correct?
Correct.
Is there any doubt in your mind that that's true?
No, I was processing the question.
Okay, and there are a lot of games like that, right?
Where you are doing cross-platform play, from a console to iOS, is that your question?
Sure, let's start there.
There's some games like that.
Okay, and then there are other games where there may not be cross-platform play, but the same title is offered on the different platforms, correct?
In many cases, it's a different title. It's the same brand, but it's titled differently. For instance, we have to write a mobile version. Forza is one of our console versions. We have to go write a mobile-friendly version by which we rename it Forza Street so it can run on iOS.
And you made that point that it has to be separately engineered, but the game is available on iOS, right?
A different game that uses that franchise brand is available on iOS.
So it's a different game, but with the same title.
A different game oftentimes with a different title that ties into the master franchise brand.
Okay, is that part of the marketing campaign, is to not have the same title for the same game, even though it feels like the same game?
No, many times they're different games. They feel different. They operate different. They're just leveraging the marketing brand of that, but it is a different version of the game that is written to run on iOS.
Okay.
Or on mobile platforms or any mobile platform.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could turn back to DX, it's in the black binder there, 5523, testified with Ethics Counsel. You recall testifying earlier today to this document, Ms. Wright?
Yes.
And I will be mindful of the confidentiality. I don't think it'll be an issue. This have a copy?
Yes, Your Honor, this has been invented previously.
And this is called Game Industry Profit is the name of this deck, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is a Microsoft document that you testified about that your gaming division made, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about several slides on this deck, correct?
Correct.
And let's turn to slide 11, which is 5523.011. And in this slide where you're talking about the gaming industry, you have a whole column here for mobile, right?
Correct.
So this is an example of Microsoft looking at the mobile space and evaluating the gaming industry?
Correct.
Okay. And I want to belabor this point that the evaluation of the mobile segment is all over the slide, correct?
Yes, it's mobile on this one.
So in
Or
fact,
in the deck for this particular slide.
I'm sorry, in the deck. Yeah. And in fact, so at least in this example, Microsoft was looking very closely at mobile in evaluating its console business, correct?
No, I don't think that's a fair statement. I think we were looking at mobile as a segment of the games industry as a whole. It wasn't about evaluating our console business per se.
But mobile is a factor and is a major consideration in how you're evaluating your console business, right?
No, that's not correct. Mobile is a big portion of where games in the industry are played, and so you must look at the mobile market and look at the industry overall. So it was not used in relation to how we think about our console business.
Okay. And so I'm kind of confused by that question, but I'll just skip it and just say, you would agree with me that starting on page 9, you have 10, 11, 12, 13, and so on. There's a discussion of the mobile business in talking about the gaming business in which Microsoft operates, correct?
The gaming business, that's right. Yes, as we talked about earlier, that, mobile operates differently today, but it's in fact part of the overall gaming industry that has to be considered in an industry analysis.
Okay, thank you. And I want to introduce a document we have. Your Honor, this is...
You need to stay by the mic, sir.
Yeah, sorry, Your Honor. Okay, well, Your Honor, this is an exhibit that has not yet been marked. Do we have a sticker?
Okay, I think, I don't know what the last in order is off the top of my head. Hold on.
Okay, I understand, Your Honor, and we can get the number, that there was a stipulation that Microsoft provided to authenticate an established business record foundation that was submitted, and that this is part of that submission. I apologize that we don't have the number, but this is a reaction to what happened in direct examination.
I'm looking at 5536 is next in order.
Okay, and I misspoke, Your Honor. I understand that this is actually 5363. It has been marked as an exhibit. I just don't have a sticker on it.
That's fine.
Okay. And
if you'll hand it to Ms. Stone. 55363.
And I'm just for the record, I apologize. The number is 5363, and the reason it is not stamped, I'm told, is that it came in as a native document. May I approach, Your Honor?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I don't have the copy. I can show it to you right now. It's 5363. I need to take 3 minutes. Partially 63. I don't know if I only have 2 copies. And stand here with me. Ms. Wright, have you had a chance to look at Exhibit 5363?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Where would I even find the 5363?
Your Honor, counsel doesn't have a copy for me. Can you give me 1 second to try to see if we have one? It's on the exhibit list, Your Honor. And I apologize for this, Your Honor. This came up as a result of a direct examination. We made as many copies as we could. We're one
Take
short.
this one. Let's keep going. Ms. Stone, you can give them mine. I'll get one later. Ms. Stone. Let him use it. We have about 150 binders in here, not a single copy, extra copy.
I apologize for Your Honor. I think we won't be long with this document. Ms. Wright, have you seen this document before?
No, it's dated 2011, 10 years ago.
So it was before you took the role as head of Xbox, correct? You see that the title of the document is Xbox Live Marketplace Future Strategy.
I do, but again, this is a 10-year-old document.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Let's turn to slide 18. And you see there that the slide 18 is titled On the Whole, Technology Trends Point, Expanding Options for Delivery of High-Quality Games.
Yes, I do.
And you see that in the various categories of games that are listed there, listed even as early as 2011 as console and PC games is one category, correct, ma'am?
That's correct.
And then the next category there is mobile games.
That's correct.
And then the next category is streaming games.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, let's move to page 32. Am I right in reading the heading on page 32 is over the next 3 years, mobile and handheld will lead the growth in gaming devices?
That's what the headline says, yes.
So would you agree with me that as early as 10 years ago, Microsoft was viewing the mobile space as a potential competitor in gaming? Subject to the formula.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it talks about handheld, right? So a Switch can be a handheld, it's a gaming device. There's all sorts of other form factors, and it talks about mobile. Yeah, so I think in the title it's saying that, I'm just reading it as we go, that there will be a growth in mobile, and you can play games on them, yeah.
So you agree with me that Microsoft was looking at this as early as 10 years ago, meaning looking at the mobile side of the gaming business?
I agree with that, but to the point that you can play games on mobile, right?
The question was, ma'am, in the testimony earlier today that Microsoft does not look at mobile in evaluating competition in the games business. My question simply to you, do you agree with me that this slide references mobile as a competitor in the gaming space?
My testimony was that people play on multiple devices, right? Mobile being one of them, mobile the most prevalent device. In any industry analysis, mobile would have to be part of the consideration. So yes, 10 years ago, were we looking at mobile market share? I think that's absolutely fair statement.
And you still are, right now?
Of course.
Okay.
Every industry report would.
Sorry.
Every industry report would.
Let's look at one more slide, slide 37. You see on slide 37, it has again the title, The Availability and Popularity of Games on App Stores is Driving Consumer Wireless Game Adoption. Did I read that right?
You did read it right.
Right, and there's some graphs, and there's a little Apple icon for one of the graphs, and there's a Microsoft icon right next to it, isn't there, ma'am? And this was 10 years ago again, I hate to belabor it.
Yes.
Right. And so Microsoft, as early as 10 years ago, was in fact looking at app stores on mobile devices as competition for the games market.
We have games in the App Store today. Of course, we would look at the App Store. When I talk about competition, though, it is not that either or scenario. You're not playing one at the expense of another.
Okay. If we can then turn to another exhibit, and I think this is another one, Your Honor, that we only have 3 copies. I apologize.
Give it to opposing counsel. Can you give me a number?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 5532. And if I can approach.
Yeah. So the same stipulation that this is an authentic business record?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, I do not have a copy.
I'm sorry?
I'm just saying I do not have a copy of the document, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you now do, for the record.
By the way, I think I forgot to move 5363, and can I move that into evidence now, Your Honor?
You can raise any objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
And Ms. Wright, have you had a chance to look at 5532?
I have not.
Okay. You have not?
I have not looked at any number. I haven't looked at it.
Do you recognize what it is?
It's a 10K.
For what year?
Looks like it is.
Right at the top there, it says June 30, 2020.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you recognize this as Microsoft Corporation's 10K
Yes, I do.
from just about a year ago?
Yes, I do.
And that's the company you work for?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you turn to page 11 of this document, please, ma'am? Bottom of 11 is going to come up on the screen. Hopefully we'll blow it up. You see the heading that says competition?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Let me read that and you can tell me if I did it correctly. Quote, Windows faces competition from various software products and from alternative platforms and devices, mainly from Apple and Google. We believe Windows competes effectively by giving customers choice, value, flexibility, security, and easy-to-use interface and compatibility with a broad range of hardware and software applications, including those that enable productivity. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, this is not a gaming statement. This is a Windows.
That's not my question, ma'am. Did I read that accurately?
I believe so.
Do you agree with that statement?
Which statement?
The one I just read.
Do I agree with it? I don't. Sure. I mean, it says,
Okay.
yes.
So let's turn the page. At the bottom, the number and the control number is 5532.012. Sorry, 0.011.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it is 12. You're on 11. I apologize. And if I can direct you to the second paragraph there. In fact, I'm just going to read it and you let me know if I've read it correctly. This is from the second paragraph of the 10K on page 12. Xbox Live and our cloud gaming services face competition from various online gaming ecosystems and game streaming services, including those operated by Amazon, Apple, Facebook, Google, and Tencent. We also compete with other providers of entertainment services such as Netflix and Hulu. Did I read that correctly, ma'am?
You did.
And do you disagree with that statement?
No, I don't disagree with it. No.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Just almost finished here.
The one thing I would like to make sure is understood is there's detail in this around game streaming services.
Again, it's not the way this works. You don't get to just talk. You have to answer his question.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're familiar with Minecraft, Ms. Wright?
I am.
And Minecraft is a Microsoft game, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it's supported on Xbox One?
I believe so.
And it's supported on your most recent generation here?
Yes.
And Minecraft has its own in-game currency, correct? Minecoins? Is that right?
Yes.
Sorry, I need an audible answer. And Minecoins are available for purchase on both the Microsoft Store for the Xbox and also on the App Store for iOS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they can be used interchangeably on both platforms?
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know whether the Minecraft game?
I don't know if the coins transfer across platforms now.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. I'm finished.
All right, you direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Wright. I'm going to ask you some questions about the testimony you just gave. Does Microsoft believe users buy an Xbox console to listen to music?
No.
Does Microsoft believe users buy an Xbox console to watch Netflix videos?
No.
Why does Microsoft believe users buy an Xbox console? At the beginning of Apple's counsel's questioning, he asked you about some deposition testimony relating to net revenues associated with Epic. And you said there was confusion about that, and at that time, given the way this process works, you are now allowed to explain the confusion. Can you explain to me what the confusion was?
Sure. It wasn't very clear in the deposition transcript what we were talking about, and we were sort of going back and forth between gross and net. And today it was stated that the office is not exactly correct, which is there's about a, and again, this, I don't know if we talk about this publicly?
Again, Your Honor, we've been more objection to this being spoken about outside of seal court.
without revealing the...
I'm not feeling in the courtroom. If she needs me to feel it, to say something that she hasn't already said in the public domain, then she can let me know.
My testimony is that it's the 70-30 shares that you would imagine. And the $600 to $700 million is not Microsoft's cut.
There was questioning about the difference between what Apple asked Microsoft to do with the native app of its xCloud game service versus the way Microsoft designed it. Do you remember that question?
I do.
And you testified, but weren't able to finish, that what Apple asked you to do would fundamentally break down the product that you created. Do you remember that testimony?
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean by that?
That the core requirement to take every game and separate it out into an individual app, the easiest equivalent is asking Netflix to break out every single TV show or every single movie and run them as a separate streaming app. And so even if the other issues were able to be solved around our ability to publish third-party content similar to the way other streaming catalogs do, as well as the ability to stream at all, both of those issues were solved. But the core issue of needing to take and separate out every single game title is untenable, and it would fundamentally break the service, and, you know, it's not something we could reasonably do.
Just, I want to understand this better. Netflix, I can use Netflix with an native app. Cool. And I can see lots of different movies, or TV shows or whatever. Right, so is it that you didn't want to use a subscription model because Netflix obviously is operating, you just didn't want to use that model?
No, we wanted to use the Netflix model. So we wanted to, just like Netflix, have a service called Game Pass and have a collection of subscriptions of games, just like movies and TV shows, would be in that service. But the fundamental issue was the policy prevents, it allows Netflix to do what Netflix does, but it would not allow us to do what Netflix does, and instead it required making a separate application for every game title. So it would have to be individually downloaded and put onto your phone.
Okay, so you wanted to charge a subscription service fee for the 3,000 titles you have, or some portion of that,
So a curated set of 100 plus titles.
and that's what was not allowed.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
To continue the analogy, what would Netflix have to do if the policy that Apple applied to you were applied to it?
Netflix wouldn't exist today because they would effectively not have a catalog of services that could be delivered on mobile. Every game or every movie and every TV show would be an individual application.
There's been a lot of testimony that xCloud is now available on iOS through Safari in beta, correct? Remember that testimony, generally?
Correct.
To move that service, what platform or what mechanism would a user have to go through to access xCloud?
You would have to go through a browser, and you would presumably go through the Safari browser. You would have to go out to xbox.com, and you would have to decide to play the games there over the internet.
What percentage of users actually, what percentage of iOS users actually play video games on a browser? Objection Foundation.
Suspend.
Have you seen data that calculates the percentage of iOS users that play video games through a browser?
I have seen data that says that.
Hold on. The question is, have you seen data? So the answer is yes.
The answer is yes, but it's not data. It's a conclusive point that says people don't play video games on browser. They play over browser on PC.
And were those documents produced in this litigation?
It potentially is in the profit segment, but I'm not entirely certain.
Let me ask you some questions about that. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever regarding what conversations took place between your lawyers at Microsoft and Apple's lawyers regarding what the scope of the Microsoft production will be?
No, I do not.
Do you have any knowledge of what conversations took place between Epic's lawyers and Microsoft's lawyers regarding what the scope of the Microsoft production will be?
I do not.
Do you know whether Microsoft gave Epic exactly the same documents that Microsoft gave Apple?
I have no idea.
Is it possible that someone may have searched your files at Microsoft without knowing it?
Sure.
Your IT department has access to your emails?
All of them, yes.
Your IT department has access to the PowerPoint that you serve on your shared drive?
Yes.
Do you know whether those documents were searchable and produced?
Yes, I do.
Were they?
Yes. My understanding is that there were documents searched for because they were shown to me and I did not give them to anyone.
You could pull back the black binder that you have, please.
There's two.
The first one that I gave you, not the one. No,
The big one is a little one.
the big one. If you could turn to tab DX5523, please. You had it.
Okay.
Do you recall that Apple's lawyer asked you to click through this and asked you whether the word mobile appeared on several slides?
Yes.
Does Microsoft sell games through the Apple App Store?
Yes.
Is that a separate business from its Xbox console business?
Yes.
Is it relevant to Microsoft that the profit that it makes in selling games through the App Store?
Yes.
Do you have the 10K that Apple's counsel showed you?
I do.
Can you turn to the paragraph that Apple's counsel asked you about on page 12, beginning Xbox Live?
Okay.
During the questioning by Apple's lawyer, we were beginning to explain how there were technical points about streaming here, but you weren't able to. Can you explain what the technical points about streaming in this paragraph are?
Yes, I was making this point around Xbox Live that game streaming services are very new. They're coming to market. And so there are competitors who are building their own game streaming services as well as their own subscription services. And so Amazon is building a game streaming service. Apple has its own arcade game service. And others are also along this list building their own services. So while this is a nascent category, this is just representing the fact that there are each one of these players, each one of these major companies have some sort of gaming interest or ambition.
Okay. Now, Apple makes smartphones in its iOS environment, right?
Correct.
Does Facebook have a smartphone?
No.
Does Apple have business lines other than iOS?
Yes.
Does it make Mac OS, for example?
It does.
I'd like to read to you the sentence after the sentences that Apple's lawyer read to you.
Are we 5532 wasn't offered. No objection?
No objection.
All right, 5532 is admitted. Now you can read it.
Okay. Read you the sentence that he didn't read. It reads, our gaming platform competes with console platform from Nintendo and Sony.
Correct.
Did it say iOS?
It does not.
Put that aside. You were asked a series of questions about whether certain restrictions that Microsoft imposes on its Xbox business are fair. Do you remember those questions? Do you believe those restrictions would be fair if Microsoft imposing on its Windows business?
No, I don't.
And what's the difference between Microsoft's Windows business and Microsoft's Xbox business?
I think it goes back to how the devices are used and how many people they reach.
Is there a difference between those two systems in respect to whether they're an open system or a closed system?
I'm sorry, which system?
Comparing Windows to Xbox.
Xbox is closed, Windows is open.
And what is iOS?
iOS is closed.
That's the question, John.
Any recross limited to the scope of redirect?
Just a little bit, Your Honor. I want to just go back to the Netflix example that you were talking about. And so I understand it, for instance, Netflix is available on the Xbox console itself, correct?
Okay.
And Netflix streams movies and TV shows generally, correct?
Okay.
Right, and that's what Netflix does on the iPhone as well, right? And then for game streaming companies, they're streaming games that could be a collection of a large number of games underneath the main service, correct?
Okay.
And that type of a service is not allowed on the Xbox, right?
That's correct.
So Microsoft itself draws a distinction between a game streaming service with a number of underlying games versus something like Netflix, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything on that question?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Wright? Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor,
And hand those back to the lawyer. Thank you, counsel.
yes, ma'am, Your Honor, and this calls Mr. Andrew Grant to the stand, please.
Okay.
Andrew, can you say it again?
Andrew Grant.
You can just, yeah, you just leave it there, it's fine. Thank you.
You tell me where the testimony has to be in the court in this case, now I the truth, the whole truth, and how we got.
I do.
And then please hold my custody, and then please state your full name and like that.
My full name is Andrew James Grant. My last name is Grant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Second,
You want to proceed?
Mr. Grant, by whom are you employed?
Epic Games.
And what is your current position?
I'm an engineering fellow.
Okay, you're a little bit of a mumbling, so let's try to get your voice, yeah. Okay, try again. So you said a what?
I'm an engineering fellow.
Okay, thank you.
And for how long have you been in that position?
A few months.
What was your prior position with Epic?
I was a technical electric in engineering.
And what are your current job responsibilities at Epic?
I provide engineering, leadership, management, oversight, support for projects at Epic.
Can you give some examples of the kinds of projects that you have worked on?
Yes, I was the engineering lead on Paladin, which is one of our first food programs. One of our first free-to-play games. I worked on anti-cheat technology for a while. I was engineering lead on the ports of Fortnite to the mobile platforms. I've worked on various initiatives for virtual production in the movie and TV industries. That would be a good selection.
And to whom do you currently report at Epic?
Kim Bailey, our CTO.
What is your professional background?
Prior to Epic, I worked at Lucasfilm for, I've been at Epic for 6 years. Tried Epic as a Lucasfilm for 6 years. Before that, I worked at an Activision studio in the US, and then an Activision studio in LA, and then there's other developers in back to 1998.
And in any of those jobs, did your responsibilities relate at all to interacting with Apple?
For mobile development, yes. Interacting with Apple platforms and tools and SDKs would be a better description.
Okay. What is Epic's business?
Epic creates and distributes software, software we create and software other people create.
And does Epic create any things called apps?
Yes.
And is Epic, have you heard of the phrase developer?
I have that.
And a developer of apps?
We're a developer of apps, yes.
Is Epic in that business?
Yes, it is.
Is Epic the developer of any other kinds of software apart from apps?
Yes, we develop software libraries that developers can incorporate into their applications to provide additional functionality. Epic Online Services would be the best example of that. We provide Unreal Engine, which is both an application and a digital content creation tool. We have some similar tools such as Quixel and MetaHuman Creator. Sure, see if I can adjust it. So Quixel. Do you get MetaHuman Creator? Okay. MetaHuman, METAHUMAN. Both of those are apps, but they're also digital content creation tools. And then we have the Epic Game Store, which is an app, but also a distribution method for other developers.
Now, you mentioned something called Epic Online Services as one of the software tools. Is that right?
Yes.
Does that sometimes go by an acronym?
Yes, EOS.
EOS? Let's talk for a moment about apps. In your current role at Epic, do you have any role in connection with the development of apps?
I do, yes.
Can you describe to the court please what an app is?
App is the short form of the application. It would describe a piece of software that you could download, put into an operating system or platform, and it would provide additional functionality.
And you talked about something called an operating system and something called a platform. Let's take those one at a time. What is your definition of an operating system, sir?
An operating system is a piece of software that is on a device and will manage the hardware components of that device. It would be fair to say that most modern devices have an operating system.
And how about platform? What is your definition of platform?
In the software sense, platform would be a piece of software that is designed to host content and experiences by developers or people who are not associated with the platform owner. It could be an OS, or it might not be. iOS would be an example of an OS as a platform. Facebook would be an example of just software as a platform.
What types of devices, if any, use apps?
Smartphones, computers, game consoles. You could describe games and things like Netflix as apps. They're the narrower, the entertainment apps. Those are probably the most common examples today.
Okay. You said that Epic develops apps. What kinds of apps does Epic develop?
So we have game apps such as Battlebreak.
We'll take the names of the game apps slowly for those who may not be familiar.
I can spell them out. So we have some game apps such as Battle Breakers, Spy Junks. We have Fortnite, which is it's a game, but it's also entertainment and social experience. We have a social app called House Party. We have Unreal Engine, which is an application but also a digital content creation tool, and similar to Quixel and Metashoon that I mentioned earlier. We have the Epic Game Store, which is an app that distributes other apps. We have, those would be the main ones.
Have you heard of an app called Live Link Face?
I have, yes.
What is that?
Live Link Face would be one of our mobile apps that is designed to work in conjunction with Unreal Engine. It provides a means for people who work in the movie or TV industry to capture performances and use them in Unreal Engine. We have an additional app known as Unreal Remote that provides similar functionality. It is a mobile app, but it works in conjunction with Unreal Engine.
Is Live Link Face a game?
No.
Is Unreal Remote a game?
No.
Where is, are you familiar with the App Store?
I am.
Do you know one way or the other whether Live Link Face is available through the App Store?
Yes, it is.
And how about Unreal Remote? Is Unreal Remote available through the App Store?
It is, yes.
Now, you mentioned apps that utilize Unreal Engine, such as Live Link Face and Unreal Remote. Can you describe any gaming apps that utilize the Unreal Engine?
Yes, there's a large number of gaming apps. We could look at things like PUBG, LAN, Days Gone, Gears of War. So there would be hundreds.
And does Epic have any, let's try that. Does the Unreal Engine support any non-game apps other than the two that you've mentioned already, which were Live Remote and Unreal Remote and Live Link Face?
Yes, developers who wish to have sophisticated real-time graphics will often rely on Unreal Engine to provide those, even though it may not be in a gaming context.
Do you know of any non-game apps that rely upon the Unreal Engine?
Yes, on desktop, there's a SimTracer, which uses new production. On mobile, there are a number of real estate apps, such as Goldfields, Comstock Homes, Home by Me. There are some companies will use Unreal for apps they don't necessarily distribute. McLaren uses Unreal Engine, and they're showing as part of their
McLaren?
Part of their car configuration for high-end sports cars. Themselves use Unreal Engine to build an AR experience for the Apple Park Visitor Center. So.
And just so that the record is clear, what was the McLaren app that you just described?
I believe it is called Configure. They have a PC version and then a mobile version that a salesperson can make changes with and see them reflected while they're presenting customers with different options.
And in terms of phrase AR experience that you just mentioned, what does the acronym AR stand for?
It stands for augmented reality, which is a term people take to having a view on the world that people see, largely by camera, and then overlaying computer-generated elements.
Does Epic, with regard to the apps that are made relying on Unreal Engine, does Epic have any arrangements with the developers of those apps?
It would just be our end-user license agreements that the developer would agree to when they download Unreal Engine.
And do you know one way or the other whether Epic is able to obtain compensation in connection with the distribution of apps made using the Unreal Engine?
Yes.
Let's go on now to some other terms that might help us here. Are you familiar with the term iOS?
I am, yes.
And what does the term iOS refer to?
iOS is Apple's operating system for mobile platforms. It would be an example of a piece of software that's both an OS and a platform.
And how about the term macOS? What does that refer to?
It would be Apple's operating system for Mac computers, also both an OS and a platform.
And the term Android, do you know what that refers to?
Yes.
What does it refer to?
It is Google's operating system for mobile devices.
And how about PCs?
PC would stand for personal computing. People are personal computer. People will usually associate that with Microsoft Windows, but it would be accurate to say Mac as a PC.
And are you familiar with the term console?
Yes.
And do you have, can you name for the court some examples of some consoles?
Yes, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch would be the common platforms.
And does a PlayStation have an OS?
Yes.
Does the PlayStation OS have a particular name?
I think it's called PlayStation OS.
And does the Xbox have an OS?
Yes.
And does it have a particular name?
I would also just refer to it as Xbox OS.
Does the Nintendo have an OS?
Yes.
And does it have a particular name?
Switch OS is how I would refer to it.
And when you're using the term OS here, you're referring generally to operating system?
Yes.
How do these different types of platforms relate at all to app development?
So a user who wishes to develop an app will pick a platform. They will download the SDK for that platform, and then they will create the software using the tools that the SDK provides and incorporating what's known as APIs that the SDK makes available.
And what is an SDK?
SDK stands for Software Development Kit. It would be the items necessary to create an app for a platform that will have a selection of tools, it will have documentation, it will contain the means of accessing APIs.
And what's an API?
API stands for Application Programming Interface. It is effectively a command that you can make to a platform or OS to ask it to perform a task. A very simple example would be to play an audio file. Platforms have APIs, and you use their API to request that the OS plays an audio file through the speakers that are attached to the device.
Okay, and we'll get back more to that in a moment. Do you know whether or not an app that is developed for iOS will run on the Android platform?
It will not know.
Do you know whether or not an app that is developed for Android would run on the iOS platform?
No, it will not.
What implications, if any, does that have for an app developer who's trying to distribute apps to both Android and iOS users?
Some for app developers who wishes to distribute to both users, they will have to redo and recreate some portion of the application. Usually around the portions that use APIs for one platform, they will have to rewrite that for another platform.
What is involved, if you can describe the process in an app being written for different platforms?
You'll identify the portions of the application that use APIs for one platform, and then you will have a developer recreate that using APIs for another platform.
Are there any time or monetary costs involved in that effort?
Yes, depending on the complexity of the app, it can be quite significant. It wouldn't be unusual for an application to have multiple developers who purely work on a specific version for a specific platform. It's both an upfront cost to get the application to work on the additional platforms, and then it's an ongoing consideration. Every feature that you add that relies on APIs will have to be recreated or modified to work on other platforms.
Is there a term for the cost of writing apps for multiple platforms?
Porting or cross-platform development would be the most common ones.
Right. Now, you mentioned that we talked about a number of platforms earlier, including iOS, macOS, Android, PC, Windows, consoles. Does Epic write apps for each of these platforms?
Yes, we do.
Why?
All of the platforms you listed, they are only available to a subset of users who might wish to make apps available to. So, for example, on PC, we have a version of Unreal Engine, and that's great for users of the PC. But if we wish it to be available to Mac users, we have to rewrite the portions of Unreal Engine that use platform APIs for Mac. It's the only way we can access 100% of that market. We have the option of accessing 100% of that market. And that applies for game consoles, mobile devices, and personal computers.
Mr. Grant, can you tell me what percentage has to be rewritten? One would think that the core of it the actual graphics and everything for the game and how the game works and all of those instructions is the same if it's the same game. And what we're talking about is are the portions of it that have to access these various operating systems, right? Or no?
Yes. People usually think about an application as having both business logic and then interface components. So something like the business logic of a game that evaluates like the game conditions, the code that simulates gravity, that would work on all platforms. When you look at how a program interfaces with the user, perhaps a method of input, playing audio, notification, those tend to be very platform specific.
Okay, so what is the relative percentage in terms of coding?
It would really vary. It varies greatly based on the application. It's not unusual for applications such as Slack to have entirely separate apps for those platforms because they have such a reliance on something like a user interface APIs. Similarly, for a game, the overlap is reduced because we need to render, we need to draw the picture, and we just use the different APIs for drawing the picture and drawing the sound. So.
And are there, of all these platforms, the interfaces, if the business logic is basically the same, the interfaces with all these various platforms, are some easier than others?
Some can be easier than others for certain APIs. For example, Xbox and PC, they have a common API for drawing graphics and for playing sound. Mac OS and iOS are many of the APIs are virtually identical for audio for file systems, so you wouldn't have to recreate between those two platforms.
Okay, but are any of them kind of easier to access than others? Just in the industry, does some have a reputation for being,
difficult? Yes, some do for sure. Yes.
And which are those? Which are easier? Which are harder?
Linux platforms have a reputation for being difficult. On that, it's fairly on par. Some people definitely have their preference how certain things may be expressed, and sometimes things just click. They use the developer more than other contexts, but it would be hard to describe them as being substantially more difficult than others.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Grant, a moment ago you mentioned that there is some overlap between iOS and Mac OS. Can you describe that further for us?
Yes, many of the APIs on those platforms are identical, both in terms of availability and functionality. Of all the platforms we talked about there, it would be more for the developer to expect not just the business logic to function, but also many of the APIs used for communicating with devices. In more recent versions of the Apple SDK, it's even been possible because they take a box and have an application that will work on with iOS and Mac OS. And more modern Mac hardware, even that is not necessary. The latest Macs can quite happily run many iOS applications with no additional work or even changes to the code of the application.
Are you familiar with something called Xcode Integrated Development Environment?
I am, yes.
And does that sometimes go by an acronym?
IDE.
IDE?
IDE, yes.
And if somebody else refers to Xcode, are they referring to the whole Xcode Integrated Development Environment or something else?
Typically, yes. Xcode will be an application that will provide access to other tools either because they're built into Xcode or you can launch them from a menu in Xcode.
And what is the Xcode Integrated Development Environment?
It is Apple's primary application for authoring source code and to compile and test it and run it on their devices.
Is there any relationship between Xcode and iOS?
Yeah.
What is it?
Xcode would be Xcode would be the primary method of the developer who wishes to create an app for iOS.
And is there any relationship between Xcode and Mac OS?
Yes, it would be the same. It would be the primary application to develop an app for Mac OS.
We talked a little while ago about APIs. Do operating systems have APIs?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the term public APIs?
I am, yes.
What is a public API?
A public API is an API that the creator of an operating system or platform exposes and wishes a developer to call. It will be documented, listed. It is something that they intend somebody to use.
When you say somebody to use, who is the somebody?
A developer working on the platform.
And when you use the phrase to call, what are you referring to?
To to add the necessary steps in your program to use the API to reference it, to instruct it to perform a certain operation, again, like playing a piece of audio.
So if a developer wanted to instruct within an app that there would be a moment that audio got played, the developer could then call on the API, is that correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Would that involve writing some source code that then pulled in or called on that API?
Yes, you would write a line of source code that's called the API, depending on what parameters or information that you add to it. You might have to add a couple of additional lines that prepare a piece of data in a certain way, and then you pass that data to the API in the call.
Okay, and you mentioned the phrase source code. What does that phrase mean?
Source code is the human readable instructions that somebody would write to form the basis of a computer application.
And we'll come back to that in a moment, but let's talk about the phrase private API. Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am, yeah.
What does a private API mean?
It is an API that is part of a platform or operating system, but the provider of the platform does not wish developers to use it. They will not document it, they will not call, they will not make reference to it, but the nature of software just means that they are discoverable and people on the internet will discover and document them.
And is it the case that, well, let me strike that. Are you generally familiar with the types of APIs that are associated with iOS?
There's a very large set, but I'm familiar with many of them now.
Are you generally familiar with the APIs associated with macOS?
Yes.
Does iOS have an API that is associated in any way with payment processing?
It does.
Does it have a name?
StoreKit would be the one that I'm familiar with.
And does the Mac OS have an API that is associated in any way with payment processing?
Yes, it also has StoreKit.
Is it the same StoreKit?
It is the same set of APIs, and to my knowledge, they're identical.
Are there certain situations in which developers are required to use StoreKit on iOS or Mac OS?
Yes.
Why don't you describe it first for iOS? Are there situations in which a developer is required to use StoreKit on iOS?
Yes, if your application involves the purchase of digital products or services, such as an audiobook, a comic book, tokens in a game, then apps are required that you use StoreKit to perform the payment processing functions.
Is that a requirement to the best of your understanding?
Yes.
Let's talk now about Mac OS. Are developers required to use StoreKit on Mac OS?
They are not.
Are developers allowed to have an API, to call on the StoreKit API in a Mac OS app?
Yes, if you decide to distribute your Mac app through the Mac App Store, you're free to use StoreKit. And in fact, in that situation, developers are also required to use StoreKit for the same class of digital purchases.
Are you aware of any technical reason why StoreKit would be required for an app written on iOS?
No, there's no technical reason.
Okay. I'm sorry. Finish off this line. It's time for the break, but I want you to finish.
Okay. Actually, Your Honor, that's a good stopping point if you'd like to stop here.
I thought it might be, but I interrupted you. So are you sure?
All right. Well, let me just make sure that I got a clear question. Are you aware of any technical reason why StoreKit would be necessary for iOS?
No, there's no technical reason.
Is there any? Well, I think that is a good place to stop, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We will stand in recess for 40 minutes. We'll be back at 1:15. You may sit down. Thank you.
Keep it up there over there.
I'm not doing it. It's okay.